So, picking up from here, we're in. Some defense planning was underway. Great new technologies. And as part of the general fixing up of this, in preparation ultimately for implementing Meatthink. You know, just a 4-deep, 5-deep concrete slab. Make it 6. That might still be a comparable amount of material to the 4 directions of the old Ford layout. Trimming back from that concept, leaving room to do more. All the material is pointed forward. Definitely needed to head back to base and pick up ammunition. Not too far forward now. Out. Little buddy to bridge the gap. I just skim this back to this. So an array of 7, bullet facing forward. 7 bullets, 6 beams, 1 lightning gun on a substation together. I have 2 of those within reach of a single robo-port for maintenance. Do they properly threaten enough wall? Finally happened. Crab overflow. Terrible. How could the system fail? Lack of nutrition. Spoilage backlog. What? Rocket fuel clogging the intake for the waste. Read fuel. bio machine having itself a small crisis. Rocket fuel equals 0 only. There. Now the spoilage burn can resume. And if anything, that's a mark that, like, the fuel should be moved over to a tower of its own. Well, minor damage, but nothing all that catastrophic. Let's see, I should make some repair packs. Worried that was some sort of generalized crab attack, but it seemed fine. Well, I'll have to venture out when I return there and acquire an appropriate crab starter. How else can I unjam this? I have the one build bot. Try and remove that spoilage. Spoilage vent is blocked by everything else. Create a temporary drop box there. I think I had some wooden boxes in storage there, yeah. So, quality arm. It's there. I can unjam the nutrient machine. There we go. Good thing the bioflux is so durable. Like, it kind of confirms that the main arteries should be running bioflux. I lost some gel in the process. Lost a bit of fruit pulp. Speed up those arms. Okay, the machine is successfully cleaning itself out though now. Metal production shut down due to overflow of quality material. Basic biofunction's still alive though, and that's what matters. This way this could fail is being overloaded on seeds. Which, that has its own recovery state built into it, so not that big a concern. I just sent you to request. And then I hand you uranium. Please use the piercing that they have. Let them all inherit. Prioritize Behemoth. Seems generally wise. Have maybe like one row of the beams. Focus on crowd control. Yeah, I think the spacing works out nicely. Getting emplacements. Yeah, they have an overlapping field of fire between them, and too much wasted on that. That's pretty solid coverage. And I will eventually want a rail depot for dropping off of additional supply. I'll use provider rather than storage. And likely it'll be providers at the railway dock. Here. Some replacement wall. Some common beam. Some uncommon bullet. Then jog back and resupply. Because even the intermediate step of dropping a pile of maintenance tools to a supply cube for a robot nest greatly extends the maintenance cycle of the wall. We'll keep a sizable buffer of piercing rounds as an emergency measure. And also, since they're an ingredient in Milsci, it's not like they're wasted sitting around. Now, remove them from West List up here at the platform. Close enough. Okay, and if I like... I had construction bots in here. No, I did not. I was delivering them manually. Very well. Didn't finish installing the new robot hatchery yet. That's part of the current build cycle. Bring over a heap of builder robots. there are any extra logistic bot in storage. Staged over here. I guess another UI change from recent patches that the any quality now lives over here in the comparisons rather than on the main button line. When applicable. Auto trash all piercing rounds out of my personal inventory. And back. The front. Okay, I got those are signal complaints and not power complaints. Your maintenance crew. We're willing to put the roboports more often. If I put one at each cell, then there would just be upkeep continuity and they would balance the inventory across a wider array. Those, some of those, some of these. So I should find somewhere to create the blueprint for this arrangement. That's a reasonably complete image. Not the full width of the wall to where the next module goes, but it's most of it. Wall with lightning. Tile there, so let me just skim that down. I liked the look of the square fort throughout its service life. But this is the new meta. By arbitrary decision, just now. So it will be. But try to include some sort of internal bulkheads in case of a hull breach. Could place full, unwavering trust in the finest cutting-edge military technology that the trash heap can provide. The new reactor is certainly very impressive. Quite capable. You do need a storage box to handle deconstruction. Or hold on, I placed those on old grid lines, not new grid lines. Those are a bit out of place. Slight adjustments to be had. Grab the wrong one out of that duo. Over there. Over here. If I ever need to densen up firepower, I can just finish filling in the gaps between each leg of the battery here. thoroughly normalized. That is far enough. This entire stretch of wall is now covered. To power up the robo ports. Which can be done by simple extension cord. Out. How much radar coverage? Some of these down. You do not do trash requests anymore. Give me that. One new barrier. Get a cursor onto you. Fine, give me all of your piercing rounds, actually. Just won't have any automatic requests about them. Not while I'm within earshot of the bots. Not when I'm within earshot of the border guards. But then I'm back in the core, yes. Deposit all of the excess into the grid. So now, Batteries, electromotors, chips, and steel. How is Void Block doing? Do you have cargo? Or it's not going to load any modules until it has a full batch, and part of this process of being held up on Uncommon 1. Currently unable to sideload over there. And the Lightning Gun Factory is doing a fine job of hitting production targets. I'd even be able to grab one of those at personal weapon scale for testing. Milsci needs grenades. Grenades need coal. Grenades always need coal. Is quality blocked. Standard job for carousels. So those and steel. So if I split steel there. To green here. Creating a dual-purpose belt. That I can then convolute through this whole area. put them over the line into the next module. .08 quality. Yeah, this should work out, sending a short train out to the coal mine, since the front loading dock is all common. I have explicitly filtered your storage anyway. Slight improvements to supply flow. But make a bit of data more available to me here. There are 650 beakers buffered on that belt. Or 28 on that one. And 680 on this one. Even just being backed up to the machines puts things close to 1,000 available science. Where the module supply is shaping up. Yeah, only need 3 more, and yeah, that batch will do it for cycling out these upgrades. The labs will all be running at 18% productivity. Yep, the double reactor has yet to fire off, but if needed, it will engage. These aren't preheated. I should give them each 1 one cell manually to have them ready. Right, since they're also sharing temperature with each other as well. They're ready to spring into action immediately when activation occurs. Signs bode well for the jump jets being quick enough. Possible end of an era of being constantly run over by express trains. I wanted to swap this out. The new style. Yeah. That would put them very perilously close. Guns themselves would be pretty easily preyed on. Down here, maybe? Oh. The linear setup kind of wants to have appropriate support network. So I could invent a corner piece. Would be as simple as running the walls in. Blue for a prototype. The side on top of the cliff is indoors anyway, so this wall is not needed. Adjustments need to be made to account for this cliff. Slight adjustments. Only there were some other way. Something relating to cliffs. Yeah, that's down at the other slab. The riddle of stone remains yet unturned. And the weapons at the back here still just barely have enough reach to matter. Right on the corner. And that reasonably threatens the straightaway there. So this functions. Actually put this roboport forward a bit to be able to cover this section of wall. Have any bots to stock it with on hand, since the hatchery is not active yet. Concept remains sound. Roboports have built-in radar. Going to want more for that bit of active scanning around the perimeter. And the bots should be able to listen to the radio while they're at work. Adding a lightning gun here should reduce the amount of damage expected to the walls. Even before any further modifications. Hey, are they encroaching on the rock quarry? Are they potentially getting within behemoth spitter range of the rock quarry? Now it's time to add the next row. We're at Rocks Island. Island with rocks. Okay, while I'm airborne, they can't even land direct hits. It spit arcs and tries to strike the ground under you. The moment I land, I become vulnerable again, potentially. Yeah, definitely there is room for danger if... the bugs are like right up there on the beach and I try to use this entire stone pile. We're here on Fulgora. No, these cannot make suit batteries, so it is an assembler's job. Oh, suit batteries and the other stuff, the shield packs. How would I use one more reactor's worth of space? Don't need to think ahead to the fusion core, because by then I'll have an even larger suit. Probably. I'll have purple mech. Just filling 4x4. Maybe 2 shields, 1 shock, 1 laser. Uncommons are what I'm building at, so... Common stacking arm. I can build a rare beam on Novice, so I don't need to situate that on Fulgora. I can also handle that on Novice as well, so I just want a couple of personal shields ready. Okay, the processors and the structure are there. Waiting on red ship. Just waiting on rare plastic. Sorting center currently piled high on steel and wire and copper. A lot of things to do in anticipation of eventually scaling up the garbage machine. Good that the concrete crisis was resolved. Yeah. No, that will do its best. Did Void Block receive any shipments of... Yes, common and uncommon modules successfully loaded. So... go ahead and port those back. Probably not need to return to Fulgora for a while. Yeah, one of those delivered so that I could properly quality up. Frame machines. .3 frames per second. Run that. Even make this work around the presence of this power line. This will provide more than enough. Down a quality splitter where the output line will be. We're at 0.6 now. Go 6. 0.36. That should be sufficient. bring line of common frames over here. For common construction. And common logistic. Writers now. Recipe currently on there to take the results. There we are. Bunch of drone frames in storage that can be reprocessed here. Good. A few more good turbines to substitute into the heat array. The big steam. Just keep rolling these up as they become available. Get every common turbine out of circulation. So it was. Stop making uncommon turbines. Only try to make rare turbines. And drop all of these commons off to be processed. Uncommons as well. I collected some fish at some point. Hillside production is still down for lack of grenade. Rebuilding the war machine will matter when I'm doing large-scale mill sci again. Only a fraction of farm science that is for gun. Like the rocket turret itself and the spider. It'll be time to rebuild the buffer, and then also, in general, retool the fighting machine. The machine that makes fighting. I would like stacks of common bots. for deployment. Sure. That is also something that the war train should want. Recruitment center for the conscription of bees. Sort out these filters more properly. Okay, robot hatchery, active, healthy. Wouldn't need this one. Or I probably had at least one Logibot maker in here. Single rare laser on tap. One discharge and one personal laser. Rare structure is unavailable, supposedly. Right, the structure machine is also currently down and awaiting reincarnation. Got a lot of tube built up. Very effective program of upcycling copper. All the rare plastic has already been brought inside. Uncommon plastic. Abundant. Okay, the machine is successfully running. Five pieces to make one beam. Offer up my own supply of lasers. Good stuff. No wire? No mug of wire? For a platform dispenser? Yes, I successfully dragged in all of the wire off of the network. My new wire gets wound here, where the uncommon is once again blocking the flow. Because I need to drain more copper out of here. Even more copper projects. So I could mass build uncommon structure. And okay, common heat pipe is for laying on the ground. And best available quality heat pipe is for making exchangers. Burn towers and such. Right? Only directly used in making heating towers. So... take all of the uncommon pipe and just mulch it by default in pursuit of even more good steel. Okay, one beam created. One rare discharge. Good stuff. Slightly better weapons array. Looking good. Made good motor supply. I've made good robot supply. Very good robot supply. Many fine and dependable workers. Boy, some of these to the corner outpost. Test the weapons loadout. So if I just, like, stay directly over the cliff. Okay, the cliff itself is ground that they might be able to splat on, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some strange behavior that gets inflicted on the biters by, I think mostly when they do stuff while very far out of focus. So they're in, like, low processing, abstract mode. Low frame rate. Hold on. Danger, danger. Peril. Still not invincible. At times, vinced. Oh, war tank, be my legs. There were such a thing as slime immunity for your boots. That would be a big deal. Okay, they've just also taken some bites out of the corner of that wall. Wall which has no doorways inherent to it. Get at my corpse, which is over there. Might take a bit of creative accounting. Well, I can probably do some damage from across the way with the cannon. Maybe? No, just a bit too far. The back half of this battery doesn't do anything from where it is. The lightning contributes, those contribute. Somewhere else. Down there. There are no build bots here to handle that local request. There is no robot hive in the war tank right now. Which also means the war tank cannot self-repair its current state. The usual problems. Within the canyon is close enough. Do some damage. Back in down here. Need to thin them out enough to be able to make an approach to the body. One spawner still up there. Oh no. Problems. Should have been firing the whole time. Let's autosave. Okay, this is before I made that alteration or deployed those construction bots. Natural punishment for ever voluntarily engaging in combat. So this canyon you've driven down like 20 times. Today it has decided that it is a speed trap. No, your vehicle will just wedge itself into the wall irreversibly. Die instantly. Maybe I get up onto the platform here and rev up to speed. Just start firing a lot of depleted uranium shells at everything in the general vicinity. Piercing multiple behemoths. lengthwise. Need to open enough gap. Access the corpse. Face the usual problems of accessing the corpse. There. Drop off of common construction. Not actually holding any logistics bots. They didn't get built yet. Oh, you can just open the corpse and try to select things directly? That would streamline the process. Should just be assumed automatically that you want to prioritize if you're wearing non-body armor to put on the body armor. When you do pick it up, it does auto-equip. The rules as they stand simply lack consideration for I want to put on the thing that gives me 5 times the normal inventory. That's important. My whole general situation. Drop that to get some logistic bots made from the new hive. Then I'll go finalize that modification. All the weapons are actually engaged at the corner. They were able to use the repair packs from the storage boxes as well. So, there we go. Corner fort installed. While I'm out here, just lay some foundational bits for ease of later connecting of stuff. And since we're out backwoods, one roundabout. It's even let me trace kind of a similar quality of line through the cliffs here. Unless there were some other way. Interact with cliffs. You'll have elevated rail. Even jokes aside, that is an option for dealing with some obstacles. Run directly over that iron. Hate to see it. We'll want to mine all of that out. Plausible next prospecting project. One more cell up. Intersection. All suitably lined up. Our atom drill successfully runs its course. Have qual 3s out here. "21 uncommons. Uncommon enrichment can begin." Powerful. Uncommon fuel can become the new normal. Eventually. Drop a bunch of uncommon 238. Find all my uncommon good isotopes. "22. 40. Not quite. Never mind. Premature celebration. Consolidate those. And improve modules in more of. They're all running 3s at least. Put another round of common 238 for enrichment. Thousands of atoms. Ready to deploy at any time. No, huh. Just a little thing I hadn't finished adapting from the previous version. Belt machine. This feels pretty okay. Our laser machine doesn't need to be running. Alright. Anything? I think next items on the agenda here. Make some uncommon spaceship parts. Which might roll up into rare spaceship parts and otherwise be of use for the fleet. And you keep on this for turbine upgrades. Right, rare offshore pumps. Commissioned a bunch of these to provide the necessary water intake. This will get quite thirsty once it is running at full power. "32 rare heat exchangers." Oh, okay, even these. Still only 528 water. Actually, the common pump is still fine for all of this. I'll upgrade it anyway. The steam buff, truly outlandish. Drop those into the network. One successful rare engine, 10 uncommon engines. Good to have them. Pop those over to the recycler and have even more thrusters built up. Did have a drill machine running, so there's a heap of uncommon drill ready to go. Always the snag with the uncommon wire. Well, okay, the uncommon wire is built up. This a job for more uncommon iron. There it is. And I could set up a train whose job is to bring the uncommon iron in. Throw it at the drop-off station here. Are you? Science copper. If I just haul all of that in here, then it should get properly processed into circuit, and that will finally mulch down more of the copper 60 fish that I have accumulated incidentally while going around doing these upgrades. Or wait, I already have a landfill request, don't I? 100 dirt. Ah yes, I repurposed you. Another machine to refresh your inventory. There you are. And that one should also be heading to the miscellaneous drop-off. Yeah. Good. Now the machines are screaming again. the magneto machines are still very confused and upset by the imperceptibly thin local magnetosphere. Constant barrage of ultraviolet light. That will allow wire to be produced again. Then I kind of need to sort out. I think all of the platforms will want to, in their lifespan, visit Fulgora to get their initial, like, real construction loadout done. Precursor to that. Some kind of minimum viable platform for making a quick interstellar journey, well, interplanetary journey. Just needs some forward defenses, some capacity to process metal. Like, yeah, the range on these is enough that they can also cover other directions. Uncommon grabber, at least, for a working machine. Maybe upcycle them to rare parts once they're actually situated. I want to run those by control wire. Bulk arms. The guns. Arms. Unloading the grabbers. Combinators stuck in here somewhere doing the math. Those will be part of the design eventually anyway. Green signals to each of these. Only need to parse the common asteroid types. For inner system only, there is no grand ambition of ever sending any of these into the deep. Oh, metallic chunk. Less than 5. They are a full inventory slot each. And metallic. Carbon chunk, less than 5. And 1 carbon. Oxide chunk. 5. 1 oxide. Then red wire along the front. Directly into each grabber to say filter. Filter. That should prevent over-grabbing reasonably well. There might be a bit of latency in some circumstances. And I need bullet assembler. All still inside of the safety umbrella provided. The 1 bullet assembler is probably all it'll be able to handle, because I'm not going to be putting that many smelters onto the minimum viable platform. Unload when bullets less than 500. That's 2 full rows of inventory spoken for, with asteroid chunks and ammunition. I'll need a little bit of solar panel. Mostly something to do in the back, I suppose. And if what I build here works out as a viable trapple machine for getting from here to Fulgora, then I can just copy this onto each of my other newly assembled devices. Iron less than 200. Unload that. Filter you to only grab iron ore. I need rock crushers, 1 of each flavor. To make this able to travel, I will need an ice melter. The metallic. Just unload everything because inventory overflow is being handled by the filters on the collectors. I think I would want a bit more floor space before trying to have control logic for some kind of smart grinder that only crushes the things it needs. Should be able to get away with quite a bit. The iron ore needs to be available for both the fuel machine and the furnace. Now 3 chemical plants. Melt ice, make fuel, and make propellant. Natural space where a 4th one would go. Oh, wait, also the fuel ones want to be receiving the water, dispensing the fuel. There. That becomes the ice melter. Needs a long arm loading it. One uncommon thruster. Resting on the center line of the ship. Almost outside the protective radius of the guns, though. Should try to bring that forward. Not sure if that'll work. And is back here, is that still a little safer? promising developments so far. Still also need the oxide crusher. Bake the ice. And I've left myself, for the time being, nowhere to pack solar sails, but that can always just be a matter of flaring out the sides a bit. Ice here. And long arms to just directly shovel the carbon and iron ore into the fuel devices. Okay, with how well the shape of this has worked out, budget a bit of weight for fuel tanks. All inside of the point defense radius. No telling if that will be gun enough. Well, depending on how fast it flies, it might be fine. Okay, 1 bill of material for construction. Oh, and new magnet labs actually arrived as part of the last shipment. Powerful. Suitably ominous. 20 more rare magnet machines ready to spin. Let's see here. Launch silo is looking for No, actually, let's try to do this manually instead. Are somewhat chaotic. Now, let's just not auto-load from this box. Let it build up the requested items. 4, 5, 9, 3. 3 of these. Just the one. I'll do the first batch of meat science delivery using Void Block anyway. Be good to lay the foundations here. They have 6 panels. Oh yeah, 8 panels. Current setup, 8 panels, 4 guns. And adding more guns would be as simple as putting another row and having pass-through arms. But like, 1 support gun into this bit of backlot. Long arms. Lot 17. Common bulk. One rare furnace. And give you a better than common assembler. Can even give you a rare assembler. Your space grade. You deserve it. Meat van. That's right. It's time to just circle back around and make even more wire right here in the core. If there is any more copper inside of the main logistics system, and there is. There's a lot of spare copper just laying around in the logistics system. It will go to space. Loadout has always been good at maintaining a sizable buffer. And yeah, they will pad out the rest of the launch capacity with the Foundation. Hundreds of it being waited for. Tube is less important to launch because I could build the tube in place in orbit. So I've proven the whole setup viable. And let's see, asteroid collectors. Might just have some rare arms already in here somewhere. currently. Oh, I have rare rock crushers in stock, so that I can run up. Yeah, never mind on the grabbers as well then. Right, because uniquely space infrastructure. Pretty low on demand for raw volume of installations, unless I were to achieve some sort of very high throughput shipyard. Possible mega base archetype. Okay, send to meat van. Do I need to settle for uncommon and thruster in that case? If I could just go looking for steel motors in blue? Shouldn't I want the best for all of my space machines? For the practice thrusters, apprentices made these. Combinators. I can just have long-term supplies of those. Common steel for liquid storage tanks. I do have a reasonable backlog of those. Alright, another place to go draw the line. Out the Surveillance Square. Well, okay, that one is, in some peril. Enough common. Well, fine. Your generosity is noted. Bots do fill requests. So that on its own threatens this entire stretch. Yeah, shouldn't need those additional lasers. Now they are confused. Yeah, that should be enough of a refit for immediate demand. Only need to go in a module at a time. What else do you lack? Quickly verify the integrity of the sprawl. Only a small bite out of the wall. Combinators, crushers. German steel? Ever-increasing pile of fish. This ultimately traces all the way back. A direct line from the furnace. I guess none of its loose ends go to a requester, well, provider. So, go ahead and correct that. Make some steel network available. Engine, even if it's going to spend most of its time not using anywhere near its full power, might even deliberately throttle its available energy. Reduce risk, because on its own, just one engine pushing smallest available barge, this could be very fast. I just like, how far can I stretch a wire? Control wire is not used directly by the thruster. I would have to build some kind of fuel nozzle. Well, you have two speeds. Yes and no. Science successfully buffered. Pending the arrival of meat data. Oh, of all my repeatables right now, what's the least expensive that I actually use? At half within reach, 2,000. 1687. Scrap productivity. It's good to get more scrap. Bulgora can always become more powerful. 531 now? No, I suppose that might be showing me the cost for the next layer. I figure the most likely thing governing infinite science cost is just some manner of either cubic or exponential curve. Maybe logarithmic, depending on what shape they want it to have, if the cost is supposed to slow down or speed up. Seems unlikely it would try to grow at a steady rate. I have tapped out my supply. Sulfuric acid. Sulfur machines. Created too much good sulfur. And this iron mine is finally almost depleted. Good job. Making your way through. 101,000 more iron. Keep on it. Nothing else under this side of the track. That'll speed things along a bit. I could also drop you over here, yeah. Oh. Need to have a project to feed the good sulfur into. Would mostly suggest good explosive. Could bring the logistic network over here. Heal the fancy crystals off of the line, a little at a time. Let's the common crystals resume production. The other emergency measure would just be to allow... Well, no, because then I'd need fancy iron. React with them. Can't just use any old anode. There's no fluids involved in this, so... Just drop these here at the hub. Module them up. Proceed. Yes, I was already recycling my uncommon prod 2s, so add the common prod 2s to that pile. Set aside the premium material for improvement. Combinators, crushers, foundation production has resumed. That thruster. Chemical plants. Full system. One of them. Speed 1's waiting on chips. Chips that they aren't actually requesting. Alright, there's the issue. Wondering why I didn't have any good assemblers. Should probably also swap this out. The tiny bit of savings that would happen from a magnet lab. Just have to pile out into one slot of a provider. The total bot population looking right now. 540 logistic bots available. 709 total in the swarm. Healthy and strong. Okay, there is water input for the explosive machine. There we go. No more orphaned devices left over here. Full on light, full on heavy, out of petroleum. Okay, so that is merely lack of throughput. On the lads here. is easily proved. Make more raw chem plants. Well, the parts aren't on hand, so we'll make them at uncommon and then send anything that upgrades into space. Put a new low-density assembling machine just past the railway machine. It'll run quite wrong for quite a while. Not bad. Anything? Yeah, more convenient to use these to create my split line. Still nowhere to collect steel. Steel can be siphoned off of the railway machine. Plastic will be on the left lane. be sure space material is always available. Yeah, the arm machine makes commons. The arm machine also hasn't run in a bit due to contamination on the material bill. I see. Void block can proceed. Or, try and pick up more modules. Okay, Station largely cleaned. Just take that out of your hand, and there you are. Someday, when there is a persistent steel pickup somewhere, a future generation of that facility. One more to trim that copper out of there. Cannot flip enough uncommon twos. Well, they managed to launch something just now. Probably more turrets. I can stop requesting the commons. Instead, increase the quota for the higher quality ones. Yeah, plenty of untapped potential with that amount of lightning. Someday, some sort of ratioed for mass output module machine will provide high performance software to every corner of the system. Brought some magnet equipment to Gleba, didn't I? Gleba is now suffering a power outage. Oh, the machine becomes fully dormant. The lightning towers were too much for it. What have we, Crash occurred a little over an hour ago. Loss of steam? Wasn't like a spike in demand. Fuel system must have collapsed. Range. Maybe hoarding too much rocket fuel. Probably have to, well, I'm going to head back out here in person to create the next generation meat machine. Farms seem to be fine. Yep, they have full crops in the ground. Didn't leave a radar out here, but I can tell on the satellite. That farm is also stocked up, and there have been no further crab attacks. Crash tank. Heat tank. Champion. Horse. The ox. The tractor. Start the mill. Potentially. There is garbage nutrient. You are not holding any bots of your own with which to make logistic requests happen. Might be helpless to unhibernate the plant in that case. Didn't give you hands. And like the tiny amount of energy that the 3 solar panels will produce. That's not gonna cut it. Not without being able to like somehow staple the engine directly to main power. Oh. The meat sleeps. It survived quite a while without supervision. Four, 5. 2K for another stack of laser damage. $2K for another stack of bullet damage. Worthwhile side projects. Alright, carrying on with building up the hypothetical meat van. Yeah, you still need your asteroid grabbers. You can drop the unused thruster back to the surface. You can only fit 25 uranium magazines in the rocket at a time. Wild. This sideline can continue to exist for railway continuity. Just a few scraps of the onion. able to set up a long iron pickup station here. I have the equipment to deploy into it. Write a whole wall of quality sorting first. At least to separate the commons out. They'll have the belts tunnel under. Get to where they need to be. An exit rail, but not finish connecting an entry rail yet, so that the trains don't mistakenly come over here. Look in easily enough. Yeah, I thought I had room. One of many setups here that the moment a mythic quality thing appears, it will seize. That's entirely acceptable. Be many production cycles of celebration when the fourth dot is confirmed. Good coal backlogged up here. Reports would it take to get that on the network? Just like 2? Margin here and then 1 out there. The general purpose recycler should always be demanding every available pistol. Explosion machine looking good. Fun and smooth. current generation fortress designs are using fewer gates. I should be taking more stacks of plus steel productivity. That's very generically useful. Every planet always needs more steel. Definite permanent need for more steel. I would like to hold off on rebuilding furnace till volcano technology. The next big furnace rebuild will be as magma furnace. Possibly. I haven't fully read ahead to see what volcano technology is capable of. Some aspects of it might require being in the volcano. You'd build some sort of powerful thermos filled with molten steel. Okay, high quality turbines got built, and far too many common turbines. Okay, you go to sleep. They did a good job. They're just very excitable. Let's get those mixed back down. A lot of good iron will come out of that. A whole 10 rares. Good job. Total of 55 rare steam turbines on the dot. Fully sink these exchangers. We're most of the way there. Dial this back down. Release that steel back into the cycle. High quality ore. Duck into this line. Anything actually enforcing that this is a common line only? The rules of the train are now just residue from the other machines. Simple safety valve. Extract the unwanted material. There is almost one payload of common threes ready. Supply line is successfully spinning. Which, okay, so for the purposes of shipping meat beakers, this is a good default property to have. The rocket silo makes no request until the network can provide it one full launch. Because then I can just have the meat beakers in some sort of cycle that keeps 1,000 of them exposed to the logistics network at all times, the freshest ones available in the loop. And then whenever the van pulls in with an order, the bots will spring to life and haul everything down to the docks. It'll take a while to finish building Meat Van. That is now the order of operations I'm waiting for. I will let that cargo of qualities be finished. Deliver them to Navis. Then climb on board and fly back to Gleba to resume progression of meat. Bring about the existence of Meat Machine 3. Maybe more. Alright, the gun wagon, which has its combat stats improved by its quality rating. Time arrives to invent such a powerful tool as gun on wheels, but more so. And right, I had a lot more quality backlog to want to install. Better module factory is the mission statement for the next trip to Fulgora. Some other stuff will get sorted out on the way. But modules is the big one. $25 uncommon now. Alright, that's war having its war equipment. Peace. Update your priorities a bit. Common beam is suitable. You already have a request for common beam. Good. Piercing ammo is no longer used. Radium ammo is the new thing. Lightning towers are also the new thing. Already bothered to make the fuel rods. I may as well put them into action. One green fuel rod is less total energy than 20 rocket fuel. Zoom. Undeniable. Throw another stack of steel productivity to the front of the list. Or bullet damage first, because that's also important for space travel. Stronger the bullets we know of. More capable, the delivery van that can be assembled. Pile of red keeps not getting used. Oh, one of these never got its input arm. Sitting idle this whole time. Or its output arm. Nor did you. There, that should deploy the rest of those. Okay, modules loaded. Void block. En route. Uncommon wire has successfully been overcome. Would appear. Fire machines are spinning again. Because now the green machine is clogged with all this uncommon green. If I move that up the chain, it's by getting more plastic, right? We have the plastic. By having more throughput of this. And of this. Sulfuric acid is drained again. Two. Or, no, the pipe was severed. Our pressure levels are good here. Here. And here. Pipe was severed. This side of the pipe was never reconnected. This corner is too far away. There. That will make use of the green. Beautiful. Truly majestic. Over 100% productivity. I believe there is a cap on that stat somewhere. But, yeah. Potent. These to finally circle back here and step up. Oil cracking machine a little. Step up the oil cracking machine a lot. So now it is the heavy that needs more capacity. And you need to be flipped. All of you need to be flipped. Additional plumbing. There, that's needed for, like, ease of continuity. Alright, that's having an immediate impact on lightening up the supply of gas. Void block has arrived in orbit. Delivered more electro labs. And more modules. Most of which were already snatched up per my orders. Okay, there was a moment where the number of paving jobs in the queue was below 3,000 again. And then it recovered. It only refreshes every so often. Alright. Time again to be hitting the road. Construction on the meat van can continue. After I return on my next outing. Or might also still incrementally continue in the background. Stank, you have the keys. Very reliable supply lines. All of the parts for space launches. But now this might also almost be ready to start acting as an exporter of space parts. Could build a more substantial launch center. Fuel fuels are go. Back to meat. And the filters have been working. The rock buffet has not clogged. Every slight improvement to bullet damage. Not sure why I'm only getting these tips now, but there they are. Once more, welcome to meat. Pre-flight drop box was these. Okay, let's resurrect the machine. Step one here is toss some rocket fuel into the furnace to get main power back online. Yeah. Are there any more stray bits of material that were spared on the belt? It was just never plugged in. Oh. Back in my pockets you go. Be as simple as, so with electricity back online, the farms will harvest and attempt to send fresh fruit over. I just provide an initial fistful of garbage nutrient. Is that going to be enough to revive the bio machine from its long sleep? That's able to run itself now. Nutrients are making its way around. Just in time for fruit to arrive. So now there is gel. And soon there will be mash. If this biolab were itself replaced with an assembler that might fully give the machine the ability to regenerate. Ash hits the line. New metal bacteria starts getting cultivated right away. High-quality metal plates need to be skimmed off and put to use in some kind of infrastructure project. IO flux machine has not managed to eat yet. There it goes, though. Puts out the flux, steps up to flux nutrients. Yeah, from a single fistful of garbage. Long as the rocket fuel machine. I may as well now seriously look at and appraise this as a potential power source, since a rocket fuel canister is very dense. And it doesn't have the standard oil block to compete against here. Like 0.24 rocket fuel per second. 24 megajoules. Then the 250% efficiency. When that is allowed to just put things up for burning, this is 60 megawatts of fuel capture. Less whatever the cost of all these materials going in is. That's pretty good. That's main power good. That's fuel for our entire energy capacity. Kinda good. It seems okay, I think. Arguments could be made to get some uncommon steam turbine? Sure. That's an upgrade. Also means getting uncommon tube made of uncommon iron. Yeah. Alright, I did have a shipment of uncommon qualities here. Good stuff. Biomachine 2 lives again. It's quite resilient. Yeah, the nature of that crash was fuel management. I would guess fuel management leading to power outage, which is fatal to the biomachine since it is there's no meat inserter. No flesh hand. We can't get a crab claw mounted on a swivel. Shovel material around in exchange for nutrients. Burner arm is almost that. Finally, the place for burner arm. There's no place for burner arm. We'll work on spoilage, because spoilage is flammable. But the amount of uptime that a burner arm would even get out of a single glob of spoilage, it might immediately crash. Now if it were throwing around rocket fuel. That's some thinking. Also good to know that, in turn, the seed stock is an excellent store of material and energy value. Yeah, if I had an isolated power grid of solar running some load-bearing arms, or seeing things in motion now, I think the issue that this cannot work hard enough as a trash incinerator with the rocket fuel clogging up its metabolism. I need to hand this off to a different burn tower. And probably even give more arms access to the waste disposal belt. Plausible indicator that I should have another carbon machine running. If I am burning raw spoilage, then that's missed opportunity. Very small amount of fuel compared to generating rocket fuel, but it's anything. I put you on this line, can you see the steam level through that cable? No. This tower can see steam. Now you can see steam. Steam is ever below 20,000. Apply the rocket fuel. Other future-proofing that needs to happen here. Yeah, you have your equipment grid. You don't have any bees. Network needs to spare some of that for you. Logistic, some construction. That will at least enable you to do your job in an emergency. Alright, uncommon gears, spin. I also want higher quality heat exchangers. Overtime. Power grid is alive again, and that's good enough. Void block can stand by in orbit. All things, the containment breach at the crab house was not the thing. Caused the collapse. Alright, I'm gonna clear the bench here. Meat Machine 3 was a valuable case study. Proved many concepts, hypothetically. It asserted many concepts. Definitely have in mind new design patterns for the anatomy of skipping to Meat Machine 4. Which I will design around red speed belt so as not to be completely stonewalled by the budget. I do need a better bacteria farm to provide enough iron to afford express belt at a reasonable speed. Oh, back to drawing board. Now that the farm is alive. So, core concept here. Bioflux is the key to everything. Load-bearing part of the anatomy of this machine. It's just a full-on, dedicated bioflux loop. Probably running at very high speed. It's time to build a heart. Well, maybe not a heart. Some other organ. Serve as an analog here. So 2 per second, baseline biomachine speed here. Yeah, more of a pancreas, I suppose. Need those good utility organs. So it's especially the conveyor tunnels that add up so much cost. Every time you use an express tunnel for just like a little hop like that, so many years to dig that one tunnel. I should switch back to my quick bar for meat management. Definitely make sure to use steel wire throughout. do this right, I can also try to find places to add beacons to the bio setup. Efficiency beacons would do so much for the fuel economy. Now, even if I won't be able to run the whole thing right away, let's bring out the conveyor machine. Slap a picture of this down somewhere. Alright, I did run a lubricant pipeline over to the work zone. Some angle where this was almost happy. Sure. Slide the ox forward a little. Make a bunch more assembler 3s to facilitate that. We're all uncommons. Yeah, if the local inventory can sustain it. Bit low on uncommon red. Can shore up the numbers somewhere though. We'll make a large pile of speed 1s and then shift attention over. The blinking light is back online, and that's important. This sequence of colors means the machine is alive. Every other sequence of colors also means the machine is alive. Ew. No, can't attach wire to a tunnel. There, so 2 conveyor status readers. May as well also Just pass their signal up to the tower for observation. Whenever bioflux less than 32, fire these up. That's the start of something. I need nutrient input and material input. Is in and of itself a start to having a flux belt. But this as it is, do I have space to... Couldn't elegantly tunnel into this device. Not quite enough room. No room for a belt to, like, pick up, turn around, and come back. Not too concerned about that, because that is my space for beacons, if I so chose. Slowly getting used to using the map view to invoke general purpose editing mode. If I had a beacon, I could fit 2 beacons. Even a single beacon would hit all 4 machines. So I could have 2 beacons doing different things. I also wanted speed to be an option in here. For now, I want efficiency to be that option. Probably want that beacon to be uncommon, at least. Back to the garage and investigate my options. Have assembler to material, probably not. Tolerable. Yes, because I don't have uncommon assembler ones. That make its way up to 20? Especially with the 2 rares that also managed to pop out here. That'll provide the 9. Okay, I had some of them in my pockets already because I did the teardown. I can start refactoring how this belt is organized. Reflect local conditions. Drop iron here. Downgrade all of the arms back to... Yeah. Oh, right, this substation doesn't exist. Trim out the requesters. Chance at a rare A3? Maybe. Have rare assembler 2, I should. Get away with using slower belt here. For the tunnel, at least. And drop gear. Gear. Since the lab is healthy back on Novice now, I can also continue to throw other jobs onto the pile. 4K for more bullet. Or these don't need to be here. Okay, a gear maker is still important right now. Common gear machine is still a load-bearing part of the system. In fact, an uncommon gear machine would be an important part of the system right now. Get those teeth. And I just need a plumbing hookup for the grease. Alright, good. The limiters on all the boxes were inherited properly. Oh, actually, I have quite a bit of, yeah, fresh tube. Just came out of those turbines. Nice to see it. And stop auto-recycling high-quality pipe for a while. Stop auto-recycling the motors. The rest of those orders stand since those kind of clean up unusual parts that sometimes appear in the workflow. Iron bacteria are... Come on, why are you clogged? Ah. Yes, so this is an unexpected failure state for the machine. Yeah, I want to only skim bacteria if there's too many bacteria. But I guess now I also need a separate outlet arm to say, always grab iron ore. There we go. Just a surface tube to start, just to get the machine online. So many gears, but now at least I have a unified drop-off point to shovel material into the abyss. Void block could try to bring some magnet labs here. Or right, they don't work here. Not enough magnets. No electrical potential here in the swamp. previous generations of the biomachine have gotten a lot of use out of having dual-purpose conveyor belts. I think in order to scale up the anatomy of the machine, it's going to take getting the full throughput of each of the main belts, separating things out into more dedicated veins. That in mind, do I have... Well, with that kind of shoved to the side of the mind to do something else tangential. Which do I have? Beacon material. Guys want to recognize where the icon for beacon even is on these panels. How often I reach for it? Right, start of the module line is where beacon lives. Steel wire and chips. Short on uncommon red. I can always make uncommon red in some sort of machine. And yeah, now that we have imports of good modules, I can just go ahead and recycle the 1s and 2s that are left over. Very limited quantities. But it is non-zero. Alright, beacon successfully created, and that's quite a few uncommon A1s. Run uncommon A2 to drink those in. Right, I didn't actually retrieve the results from the bin. One beacon. We should make more efficiency modules. Repair. So, one beginnings of a bioflux machine that needs needs 3 additional materials to interact with it. I think step 1 of this. That I can have a local nutrient loop by way of a dedicated flux to nutrients machine that just lives right there, and its first job is to crack open a bit of the harvest, pour out some sugar. I should automate dragging those bits of metal inside of the range of the bots. Likewise, those. A bit more complex of an affair. Or no, not actually that complex. There's that tile I can get to. And this machine will no longer be needed. And actually, with this the way it is, I can just have a red circuit requester sitting here on its own. So, back to here. Where Local nutrient machines could also sneak into range of the beacon. Although that's starting to crowd things out a bit. Do still need space to put in materials. The nutrient cycle going. And the fact that it has contact on that edge and that edge means that I can also extend the ends of it out a little further without causing any hassle to these devices directly. Instead, their raw material belts could live there, then have further concerns of how they're going to go about conducting their business. Should be able to just slide in adjacent on that side then. I have an existing waste disposal line being drawn here. Potentially one of many. Oh, biomachine there. Biomachine there. Set up to draw flux. Set up to offload flux. Well, offload nutrient. Fully pack that belt. Then the existing presence of this high-grade nutrient loop means that all of this becomes live real estate to install more bio devices. And it can be viable to, like, branch off these nutrients to extend their reach as well. There are beginnings of planning ahead here. Each of these wants to take from near belt, far belt. Those are going to be the mash and the gel. Needs a waste outlet. I just spin this. Or flip this. Even if I were to drop another tunnel in here to create space for a beacon, I could use wire from belt to maintain continuity and allow for the signal to pass through. Yeah. Nerves. These ones don't even... I can have them set as scanning tiles for redundancy. This is the beginnings of a cell structure that I can repeat and build on. Even just off of this preliminary array. Right, these need to be able to snack on their own nutrient. So... draw that in there. That will keep these fed, because they will always have the first bite out of each fresh glob. But as a backup, they can also have a hand reaching out into the veins. So, bioflux machine into which I must place the fruit material after generating it somewhere, perhaps in an adjacent organ. Okay, throughput-wise, I've, in placing these 4 machines, asked for 20 fruit mesh and 16 gel. How many threshers is that? Three. Bit less than 3. Oh, no, a bit more than 3. 3 would be 18. Planning around the common ones since I have so many of them available. And right, gel threshing is very efficient. 2 gel threshers. Can biomachines do fuel pass-through? Can furnaces do fuel pass-through? And also, as part of building these more elaborate loop structures, I can also start adding splitters to make the circulation in them more complicated, potentially more scalable if they're kind of dynamically passing things back and forth. Any of my new splitters are ready, some are. Still no tunnel. So many gears. Get more assemblers ready. Since fruit pulp is the more abundant of the two products here, it should be on the interior belt of this loop. Also close to half of the capacity of the belt. I get away with here. I need to open up the spacing between these in order to enable further nutrient injection. Iterating through the design, though, solving one issue at a time. Solving one problem, creating the next 3 problems to be solved. So, that. Creates a 2 into 1. So now also, the thing that makes the outlandish expense of the belts worth it, what if everything was the close lane, actually? You just get to kind of nudge over. From time to time. Not that I particularly think this will need it for its anatomy, so I'll revert that. Still though. So good to demonstrate that that belt can receive quite a ways out here. So, really on that front, the job of this belt would then be loop back around. Head on its way. Split for freshness should be before putting new material on. Be another reason that all these machines should move down a bit. Potentially not be drawing directly off of that nutrient loop. Eject spoilage. Receive fresh material. Another good spot for a bio beacon there. Yeah, that'll hit everything in this block. The nutrients, though. Iterating on similar reasoning from just now over there. Freshness splitter here. Throw spoilage directly the trash. That's another sewage line scouted for. Since the second most stable form of biomaterial is unprocessed fruit. Reasonably strong reason. Follow that together. Now that I have more assemblers and more modules, I can expand the garage. Just I had 3 machines in parallel. Imagine. Maybe more. And right to the multiplier here. So do the same by... Okay, I'm providing the number 10. Multiple different sources. Right, that is how I had this wired. Green to say, read ingredients. Then output on your green line. Requester. Set requests and trash on requested. Uncommon. Red. Blend them up. Block remains on station. Would have them send down small care packages of iron. Supplements. Oh, and it just is a logistic provider innately. Had not noticed the visual of the RoboPort up there. In that case, yeah, one of these is probably one of the first things you want to assemble upon hitting a fresh planet. If you're just kind of proceeding with all tools in play. Need to have requests for assembler 3s of all grades. They do finish. Keep them in my pocket. The iron that makes it to the end of this belt can get crushed into gears. Away we go. Common. For more than common. Don't have good places to put more than common. Well, can't put them together. Can drop like one there. One there. start to do other things, like just routinely making more steel boxes. Also qualitating the boxes, because sometimes a shipping container is too nice. It must be ground down into its component molecules. There, that'll help get any express tunnel ready in a reasonable time. There's another way to look at this. How many threshers does it take to fully load a belt of fruit pulp and to fully load a belt of gel? In turn, that becomes a very repeatable module to plan around. That answer being 8. That. And 4 for that. So. Bring all of that back for the moment. It would take quite a few of these to fully load the belt. Dozens of bioflux. Now I can think about the roots of the machine. The device which needs a nutrient loop of its own. And its intake of fresh fruit. And that is a job size that benefits from bulk arm. As on display over here, the live specimen. Look, are you able to sustain that level of output? Yes, your inventory is doing fine. Power levels have stayed healthy and strong. Carbon reserve is restored. I will go ahead and size up the carbon reserve. Steel. Approximate a bulk arm by just having more speed arms. For gel. If this were a rare electrical pole, it could handle that block exactly. Is succeeding at getting the assemblers made, that's good. This one doesn't need the multiplier, it's not doing bulk runs. Yeah, I don't need to be reprocessing those anymore. The steel is not the objective. Stock up on rare steel power cable. Start recycling the wooden ones. Yeah, so that. Room for a beacon to hit all 4 devices. I may as well standardize around that as a layout. Nice and arbitrary. Cell of a sort. And send the gel up onto separate limbs. Or I could pass the gel inward. That frees up some outer surface for reacting the membrane of the production unit. I'm picturing as having this nutrient layer out here, which may yet extrude out to engulf another piece of equipment. Inner line here, some way. Crab. Apparently, crab have been provoked somewhere. Crab have officially caught the scent of the factory. Probably those crab. Should go fight them anyway. I need fresh eggs. Yeah, the zapper is quite good at crowds. Still only a medium on the stomping scale. $25 egg. I think another safety feature I can build into this is to read contents, include... Okay, hey, good. A feature I thought was there has now been patched in to be there. You can read the fuel content of a machine. Wonderful. So, anyway, when crab egg equals 0. Do not inject the next egg until the machine is ready to receive the egg. Prioritize oldest egg. Anyway, now I can also have all of the nutrient arms. Fuel. And I suppose I would need to, in this case, allow for the fact that you can see both. Yeah, both the ingredient nutrients and the fuel nutrients at the same time. When nutrients less than 31 and shovel. I need to give a bit more of a margin for cases like this. Anything actively consuming the nutrients as part of its deal will be a bit more difficult, but hey, good that that is now something I can do. Further slim down the metabolism. This now is organized so that it brings in gel, be part of a gel cycle. Before entering this, do a freshness split. That'll be a little more gentle. It's not, still not an ideal load balance. We'll do a bit more to share priorities between incoming lane and outgoing lane. And from parts beyond, Gel can be returning here to attempt to loop again. That leaves, where will the nutrients even come from? How will I load the gel nut? Nutrient to the outer line, gel nut to the inner line. Then with the total power rating of the set of machines on a nutrient loop, I could also then describe the local power draw in terms of number of nutrients being consumed over time. Basics of logistic request set up on the meat clipboard. Farming schedule. Each individual care package of space iron. Let's limp a little closer. Ones need more of that, need more of that, need more of green. At uncommon. Sue the quality. Done with that whole column of work, then I can make a run of efficiency module. Or that's all using uncommon parts. I could use common parts. should just be laying around. Now we're finally making any assemblers. Alright, get that going. Power system still happy. Crab chamber once again operating up to temperature. I may as well have a heat exchanger on the crab tower. Harness the power of the crab boil. Something I can just do in another one of my machines. Ah, yes. Right, exchangers are substantial copper sink. Have heat pipe. A little bit. The crab tower is going to burn unconditionally in service of crab. No problem there. Any excess power released as a result of that? Well, future iterations will be sure that the resulting crab energy gets filtered over to main power. The crab vapor. And yes, good, that is in build range. So they'll just install those on their own. One more piece. Start trying to make more beacons. That'll pick up once I've built all the assembler 3s that I want. Okay, so the tower itself doesn't have that much thermal mass. That energy was pretty quickly drawn out by having a connection to feed it into. Take a number of crab eggs. Or I could preheat the tower. A little bit. Also install a lightning gun back in place here. Since our presence is now known, apparently. Pop one of those. Not currently powered. Sent. 2 commons in that beacon hits the cap. which drops food consumption down to a mere 100 kilowatt. Making each bite of nutrient worth 20 seconds of uptime. Pretty good. Right, and so right down the road here, okay, I've bumped into the cliff, so I need to move over there to make for a good sketching location. But to provide for fruit processing instead, I need 2 of this. Jank mitigation plan here. Have the spoilage sent down on its own column, removing the need to do all of this merging here. Any merging and load balancing can more easily happen out in the marginal spaces between units. know, this will go somewhere and do things, but we have here, in principle, one end of our basic fruit processing setup. Seed extraction. Nothing is removing the seeds from this. Put the seeds in the waistline. And then just filter them down here. Yeah, that's already an arm that's unloading the machine. And for the threshers, seed output is going to happen more often. Than food loss anyway, probably. Yeah. Fruit machine. Power line there creates energy continuity. Still needs nutrient supply, still needs raw fruit input. Still always need so many gears. Usual wear and tear. Do this from map view so that I can simply invoke forms. then alright. So I could leave those cycling indefinitely inside of this till their work is done. Also, give them their nutrient pickup arms. Give them their control nerves that regulate their appetite. A nutrient less than 1. Less than or equal to 1. That should make things a bit smoother. Equal to 0 would probably be prone to stuttering, to losing uptime. Yeah, well, I could cycle the gel indefinitely. I'd rather do that, or would I rather send in the stuff and then have it return the rest of the anatomy? Yeah, probably once it goes in there, it's doing its job now. Has 1 shot. Better make it count. Can't quite tunnel far enough. Maybe Green Belt will be able to do that. Able to just jump under an entire block like this. Okay, so fresh material enters on that side. Yeah, some sort of regulating valve. And unfresh material. Filtered and discarded. Now build some kind of junction. That inner line here goes to the left. Outer line goes to the left side of the right. Both of these merge onto the waistline. Like so. Increasingly complicated anatomy. If I have these two lines, like first stage fruit byproduct, hop in there and there. Then they will split off. Half of their stuff going into the bioflux loop. But with the loop preserving and prioritizing recycling the stuff that's already in it. And then the rest available here to be sent to some other collection of processes that probably live over here in this block. Then I have bioflux, and I have bioflux nutrients. That are set up to start looping. Be able to extend this loop quite a ways in either direction. And by staying committed to surfacing it all with Blue Belt, it remains hideously expensive, as proper. Eventual gradual barrages of care packages from space relieve the problem. Wood block is good for it. And that's the kind of service that the permanent satellite at each planet will exist to provide. Especially once space copper is a thing. All manner of basic space resources. Be able to routinely drop down. Try to get that crab boil up to operating temperature. Come on. Yes, on that front. So a very small amount of each fruit byproduct is needed to provide our metal dough starter. We'll be able to make larger bacteria cultivars for our metal supply. And really, once you've acclimatized to how to build meat architecture, much like with C Block, again, with Space Age having brought in the energy of a lot of the complex mods into the main game. The flowchart to get there is more complicated, but once you've built the thing, you can just let it run. It's very fragile in this case because of various biomechanics, the vague looming possibility of combat. But like, this bacteria cultivar, as long as it's attached to a healthy organism, that's 2.4 iron per second forever. Every part of this is renewable and self-sustaining. Meat makes meat to make machines. The next one will be even larger. Someday. Quality flesh.